The chase from April to October is a long one with ups, downs, and detours all along the way.
What we want to do is the same thing we've been doing, coming out and play as best we possibly can and play hard. And and every day is the moment for us.
The first team to 40 wins has definitely stayed the path and lived the moment, working through one game and one series at a time. Next up are the Marlins. Next test is 4 games in 45 hours. The midterm exam of this homestand was a pretty good one. The Phillies took 3 of 4 from the Chicago Cubs. Now the final exam. 4 games in 3 days against the Florida Marlins. And the Phillies sitting atop the National League East, 2.5 games ahead of the Braves, 7.5 games ahead of the Florida Marlins. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Gary Matthews. Wheels will be around in just a little bit. All right, Sarge, from a distance, we couldn't help but notice, but over the last couple of weeks, the Florida Marlins have really struggled.
Yeah, Tom, you're right about that. Not being able to hit. They can't catch it and haven't been able to pitch very well. And what that does spell is lose. Take a look at what they've done the first 53 games. They were really kind of sailing in second place. Take a look what they've done the last 12 games. 1-11. Not only that, the hitting coach has been fired, too, in that particular stint there, Tom.
First 53 games, they were 2 games back. Now, with their losses over the last 12 games, they find themselves 7.5 games back in the division. Tonight for the Phillies, Cole Hamels takes the baseball. A lot of talk about the success of Cole Hamels this year. And for the Marlins, they're talking about all the success he's had in his last 4 starts against them.
Yeah, well, this guy is a true number 1, and he has been throughout his career there, even though he's now number 4. Take a look at what he did there in April there against the Florida Marlins as he pitches in and out of mistakes there. And this guy here has a changeup, really devastating, coming into his own on the curveball, really has made him that much better there of a pitcher. Has a lot of confidence. See those first 12 games there, 2-6, and I don't think the record really indicates how good this guy can pitch. And I go, the record 2-6 doesn't look good. That ERA is bad there, almost 5.
Well, 2-1 over his last 4 starts against the Florida Marlins. How about just 5 earned runs during 28 2/3 in those last 4 starts? That last one we saw in April, he received a no decision, but the Phillies picked up the victory. So it is game 1 of a 4-game series, the Phillies and the Marlins. Here are the matchups. Hamels, Kendrick, Halladay, and Lee for the Phillies. Volstead starts tonight for the Marlins. TBA tomorrow in game 1. Sanchez game 2. Vasquez game 4. The lineups at first pitch when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Bud Light Lime. The just right taste of Bud Light with a refreshing splash of 100% natural lime flavor. By Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. By Toyota. Toyota offers fuel efficiency you'll love. Only better. By Xfinity. Only from Comcast. The official HD triple play provider of the Phillies. By Citizens Bank. We're for homes. Talk to us today about how we can help guide you to the loan that's right for you. And by Independence Blue Cross. No matter where you are in life or business, we have plans that fit. Go to plansthatfit.com.
stop this game.
Oh, in Atlanta, they've been underway for quite some time. In fact, they're in the top of the fifth on the Toyota Major League scoreboard. The Mets lead the Braves 3-1. Jose Reyes has been all over the field tonight for New York. He has scored a couple of runs. That game now is in the top of the fifth. Jonathan Neese against Jair Jurgens. Meanwhile, the National League Central and the St. Louis Cardinals, who trail the Milwaukee Brewers right now in the division, well, they lead the Nationals 3-1. That game's in the bottom of the fourth. Roger Bernardina is 2 for 2 with an RBI. St. Louis actually is even with the Brewers in the National League Central now. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for tonight's ball game for the Florida Marlins. Brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off at shortstop, Hanley Ramirez. He's back off the DL. Emilio Bonifacio bats second. Logan Morrison hits third, followed by Gabby Sanchez and Mike Stanton. John Buck, the catcher, bats sixth. In the bottom third of Omar Infante, Wes Helms, and Chris Volstad to face Phillies left-hander Cole Hamels, who's making his 14th start of the year, and he's looking wheels to join Roy Halladay with 9 victories.
Cole Hamels has been as good as anybody in the league. Look at his number. How about 18 walks, 91 strikes? Look at his hits per innings pitched. You know, he's been a guy that's been closer to a hit per innings pitched throughout his career. Way under that number right now. The opposition just 210. When he has all those pitches on a downward plane, as we see the Southwest Airlines scouting report, he is really effective. And look what he has done in his last 12 games.
And Hanley Ramirez swings at the first pitch, and Victorino takes care of him. Ramirez antsy since he hasn't been in the big league since the 29th of May. 1 pitch, 1 set aside after a rain delay of an hour and about 20 minutes or so here at Citizens Bank Park. So Hamels has 1 out here in the top of the first. Here's Emilio Bonifacio, who's playing center field tonight because Chris Coughlin has really been struggling against left-handers. And the Marlins have said he's really been struggling overall. And Bonifacio, not too shabby, 280, a home run and 11 RBIs.
Well, we didn't even get a chance to talk about Ramirez being back because he hit the first pitch into an out.
Second pitch that Bonifacio sees, he hits it to center field, so he's aboard with a 1-out single.
But they're hoping that he can give him a shot in the arm because he has struggled all year, shut him down with a bad back, and now he's back and they're going to lead him off for a while. Time for our Nissan keys of the game. Can't wait to see them because I forget them. Oh. Well, the Fish are floundering, as everybody knows, but are they a dangerous team? You better believe it. These guys have a lot of talent, and they'll give the Phillies all they can handle in these 4 games in 3 days. So go out and try and win this first one and then get after them tomorrow.
Oh, the runner at first and 1 away here in the top of the first. Here's Logan Morrison riding a 5-game hitting streak. Morrison is hitting .296 overall with 8 homers and 24 RBIs.
They have 3 really good-looking young players, and this guy, Stanton, of course, and Gabby Sanchez. Just tremendous players who can all hit the ball out of the ballpark. They have been struggling with runners in scoring position. You talk to their people, and they always have somebody on base, it seems like, and they can't knock them in. So as a result, they've been losing.
Well, among the road leaders of the National League, Logan Morrison is 5th in average with .337. And the 3rd straight throw over by Cole Hamels. Marlins were 1-10 on their most recent homestand. 1 loss shy of the club record for the worst homestand. And they left 92 men on base.
There you go. 92. Now, you look at it, boy, that's nice to have all those base runners. But they kept losing by a run, too, it seemed like. Many of their games were 1-run games. And they caught the Brewers, who are smoking hot. And they caught Arizona, who's a good team right now. And the Braves turned it on against them and beat them 3 in a row.
Well, their pitching staff got roughed up pretty good against the Diamondbacks. 1-0 the count. And a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike to Logan Morrison.
Yeah, they got strafed last night. They were losing that game 9-0 by the 4th inning.
Wound up losing at 12-9 as they had 16 hits in the game.
They also got here at 4:30 this morning. So you like to get after a team like that. They could be a little bit tired, but they're young. This is a very young team with young legs.
1 ball, 1 strike the count to Logan Morrison. In the air down the left field line. That'll slice out of play. It's 1-2. Morrison has been somewhat vocal for the Florida Marlins with his Twitter account. He's one of the Major League Baseball players that does tweet very often. And the Marlins have gone through some changes over the last week. Eduardo Perez has been hired as their new hitting coach. John Maley, who was a former Philly prospect, who was in his first year as the Marlins Major League hitting coach, was let go. And, you know, Morrison let it be known that he wasn't pleased about it, that it wasn't fair, that some of the other players felt the same way. And, you know, some of the folks in the Marlins front office told him to tone down his comments. And he said, I didn't really say anything negative. I was just voicing my opinion. 1-2 pitch. Grounder right side, past Ryan Howard into right field. Bonifacio's on his way to third. And the Marlins have runners on first and third with one man down. Well, there's Eduardo Perez, who since 2006 was a commentator. He was named the Marlins hitting coach on June 8th. He's, of course, the son of Tony Perez. See his major league numbers. He played for a number of teams, but there are some folks that feel like he eventually will be a good manager in the majors because he had been a good manager in winter ball. So a tough spot for Hamels right out of the chute. Runners on first and third and one out for Gabby Sanchez. And Sanchez takes a cutter on the inside corner.
Morrison did a good job of pulling the ball there with a runner on first. We talk about it all the time. He pull the ball, you can get a first and third out of it, especially with a guy like Bonifacio.
In the dirt, blocked by Ruiz.
Now here's where they've been struggling scoring runs, and you hope they do it again.
Gabby Sanchez hitting .312, which is 9th in the league. 11 homers, 48 runs batted in. Hughes one up the first base line. Howard will pick it up. A run will score. He'll tag out Gabby Sanchez. It's 1-0 Marlins. And they're 2 away here in the first as Bonifacio crosses the plate.
Cole made a really good pitch on him. A changeup just squirted it right off the end of the bat. Bonifacio, with that great speed of his, he read that immediately and just basically walked him for the first run. So that's the advantage of when you can get a first to third on your left-handed hitter pulls the ball and gets a guy over to third base. A lot of good things can happen with less than 2 outs, as they showed right there.
Well, now a runner at scoring position for Mike Stanton, who is always dangerous, but since the Phillies last saw him, he has really picked up the pace.
This guy is just mule strong. It's scary almost how far he can hit a baseball. And he's still raw. He's 21 years old, made his major league debut here last year. You can pitch to him, but when he hits it, look out.
Swing and a miss and a changeup. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Like that. You can make him look really, really bad. And then he can hit him with anybody.
16 home runs and tied for 4th in the National League. Grounds it toward the left side, picked up by Polanco. Long throw across the diamond in time, and the side is retired. But the Marlins do strike first. Logan Marson's base hit helped them along. We go to the bottom of the first. It's the Marlins 1 and the Phillies coming up. Only from Comcast is pretty much the same one you would expect. Jimmy Rollins leads it off at shortstop. Shea Victorino bats second. Chase Utley hits third, followed by Ryan Howard in the cleanup spot. Placido Polanco, the third baseman, bats fifth. Raul Ibanez sixth. Dominic Brown's in right field hitting seventh. Carlos Ruiz will bat eighth. And batting ninth and pitching is Cole. And they'll face 24-year-old right-hander Chris Volstad, who's 2-6 this year. He has pitched better his last couple of outings, but he's gone through a long stretch without a victory.
This guy came out when he first broke into the major leagues, looked like he was going to be a big-time winner. Had good games against the Phillies early on. Since then, they basically owned him. And here's our scouting report on it from Southwest Airlines. Throws a lot of sinkers, curveballs, sliders. He's allowed 10 home runs. And so there are several guys in this Phillies lineup, like Ryan Howard, Raul Ibanez, have ridiculous numbers. As the kids would say nowadays, sick numbers.
Well, Jimmy Rollins has good numbers. He's 9 for 22 against him. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rollins.
But Ibanez and Howard have power numbers against him.
Right. Ibanez has hit 3 homers. Meanwhile, Howard's hit 6. And Rollins lines one to center. That ball was up, and he drilled it. So he's aboard to start the first.
As Tom said, the ball was up, looked like a high fastball. And it's good to see Jimmy get a swing like that.
So a runner on first, nobody out here at the bottom of the first. And Shea Victorino is the batter. Victorino is 6 for 15, or was 6 for 15 in the series against the Cubs. Overall in this homestand, he's 7 for 24.
Now here you go. This is where you need to do what Morrison did if you can, and that's pull the ball and spin on those pitches like that. That pitchers are always going to try and pitch you away early in the count in these situations and make it hard to pull the ball.
The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Keith Loveland of Newark, Delaware. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game. I think Keith will win $200. On the inside corner, that ball came back, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Victorino. Victorino with 36 runs scored this year. That leads the Phillies, 1 ahead of Jimmy Rollins.
Volstad obviously is very, very tall. In fact, he's 6'8", so he is a guy that you can run on a little bit.
That's not deceptively tall. That's just flat out tall.
No, they, for a while there, they really had some tall pitcher. With Andrew Miller was in the rotation. Josh Johnson, of course.
Swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch, and it's 1-2.
Volstad does use a slide step. The base stealers are 4 for 7. So, he is the kind of guy, if you guess right, you can run on him.
Rollins, good sized leadoff first. And a call, strike 3. Another fastball that came back over the inside part of the plate. Victorino didn't think so. And 1 away here in the first.
As Tom said, this is one of those runners. They started at the hip, and that's a strike.
So first strikeout for Volstad. And here's Chase Utley.
That's a great weapon for a right-handed pitcher with all these left-handed hitters the Phillies have. If you can start that thing at him that way and run it over the plate, because hitters basically freeze on it, and it's understandable why they would.
Utley, then Ryan Howard as the throw goes over to first. And Rollins is back easily. Charlie Manuel was talking today about Chase Utley's series against the Cubs, and he was very optimistic at what he saw from Chase in those 4 ball games, not only offensively but also defensively.
Yeah, and then he got a nice off day built in there for the as we talked about, for that wonderful ALS event last night. So he has had an off day there for Utley that you don't have to worry about playing, because they're still going to be careful with him.
Charlie talked about his timing, and he said not only was he impressed with the play he made to finish up Sunday's game, but he continued to go back to the play earlier in the series where he put his knee down to stop a base runner from getting to the second base bag. He said, to me, if your knee is bothering you, you're not going to do that. He said, so I think his knee is okay.
Yeah, that was that big play in the ninth inning for a strikeout double play.
No balls, 1 strike to count to Utley.
Ooh, he almost got him then. Did a little something different there, did Volstad, and froze Jimmy Rollins. He's looking over at Sam Perlaza like, what was that? Watch, see, there's a slight lean. I don't think he was running, but he was still thinking about his lead there. And whatever Volstad did, it fooled him. See Sam looking out there, and they'll communicate with the base runners on that stuff.
A little high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Utley.
Still a situation with a left-handed hitter try and pull the ball through the hole and get a first and third. Now the right fielder Stanton throws well, so it depends on where you hit it and how hard you hit it.
Utley flares it toward left. Morrison on the run over toward the line, and he gets there to make the catch. So 2 outs here in the first.
Kind of fooled him with a changeup there, and he got out front and hit it off the end of the bat.
That'll bring Ryan Howard to the plate. As Wills mentioned before, Howard has very good numbers against Volstad. He's got solid numbers against the Marlins. We kind of hope that every swing he takes now is one of those picture-perfect swings, that he's kind of getting into the groove. He certainly did against the Cubs. He certainly has against lefties. Now let's see if he can do it against right-handers.
They'll put the overshift on him. They have 3 fielders on the right side, and Wes Helms, the third baseman, playing shortstop up the middle.
Howard takes inside, 1 ball and no strikes. There's Wes Helms. He keeps looking over at Rollins just to see if he's taken off or not.
Right, because he would be the guy to cover.
In the air to left field. Going back is Morrison, over his head. Gone! Opposite field home run for Ryan Howard. It's his first hit to left field since the 10th of May. And the Phillies lead it 2-1.
And that was a home run in Florida, right?
Yep.
Boy, that was a good sign with that swing right there. And Howard's had 7 home runs now off Volstad. Amazing.
That one just got over the wall and left. A 2-run shot. Home run number 14 for Howard. He now has 55 RBIs.
Yeah, this is a screamer. These are the hits he gets when he's swinging the bat well. Weighted on the ball, and bam, a line drive to left field and goes into the first row.
Hey, nice catch by that fan, too.
Great catch.
That fan is happier, but Keith Loveland of Newark, Delaware is even happier. He just won $200 courtesy of the McDonald's home run jackpot.
It's amazing the way Howard wears this guy out. That's a lot of home runs, and he hasn't faced him that many times.
Well, and think about the amount of home runs that Volstad's given up overall against the Phillies. In 55 and a third innings now, he's given up 14 home runs against the Phillies.
7 to 1 guy. Half of them to one player. Well, we put that in the scouting report on him tonight. They'd given up 10 coming in. Now it's 11. And as far as the breakdown goes, 10 of them to left-handed hitters and 1 to a right-handed batter.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count to Polanco. And Polanco hits it back toward the middle. Ramirez inches over toward the bag, and the side is retired. But the damage is done for the Phillies thanks to the big piece, Ryan Howard. An opposite field home run. He's given the Phils a 2-1 lead as we go to the second. Ryan Howard is at his 7th career home run against Chris Volstad. It's the most homers he has against any other pitcher in Major League Baseball. And John Buck leads off the inning for the Marlins, and he looks at a cutter and cuts right on through it.
Nice job by the Phillies there to get the 2 out runs, 2 runs on 2 outs after Cole had given up a hit or a run in the first inning.
1 ball and 1 strike to Buck.
You know, the Marlins are a team that are struggling right now. So, you know, they come out, they get a quick run on the road, they're feeling good. Bam, you hit them with 1, they're behind again.
Fly ball, shallow right field. Dominic Brown had Buck played perfectly. Comes in, puts it away. 1 away here in the 2nd. Hey, as we've been mentioning, voting is open for the 2011 All-Star Game, which will take place in Phoenix. Now, you can vote up to 25 times at Phillies.com. So go on and help out your fighting Phils to this year's All-Star Game. And the updated numbers, boy, Placido Polanco is really cruising right now at third base. And he is the leading vote getter right now at 3rd, just ahead of Chipper Jones. Jimmy Rollins 3rd, Chase Utley 3rd.
Polanco ever been in an All-Star game?
I believe he has, but I don't think he's ever started an All-Star game.
I'm trying to remember if he ever had, maybe with Detroit when he was having those good years, possibly with the Cardinals. Well, with the Phillies.
I think his popularity in St. Louis and Detroit is helping his cause.
Yeah.
He was an American League All-Star because of that kind of defense right there.
Well, that didn't hurt.
Nope. Takes care of Infante with a 2nd out. American League All-Star in 2007.
Yeah, there you go. Because he had those good years with the Tigers. So I thought maybe if he had made the All-Star team, it'd be with Detroit.
Surprisingly, though, that's his only appearance in the All-Star game.
This is a really good play by Polanco. The ball wasn't hit real hard. He was playing with a pull, playing Infante to pull. You see, he didn't have to go that far, but still, he had a tough little short hop and then a slow runner, so plenty of time to throw. Everything under control.
So 2 away. Here's Wes Helms. He takes a strike. Now, Polanco in 2007 did start at 2nd base for the American League.
He was voted on the team.
Inside, 1-1 to Helms.
Wes Helms and Greg Dobbs playing a lot of 3rd base for the Florida Marlins this year.
Grounder towards short. Big hop for Jimmy Rollins. Plenty of time to throw out Helms, and the side is retired. That's a pretty nice bounce back inning for Cole Hamels. He retires the Marlins in order. We go to the bottom of the 2nd here in Philadelphia. Dramatic chases, narrow escapes with the occasional explosion or 2. Wednesday nights are full of action with Burn Notice. You can catch 2 full hours tomorrow starting at 8 right here on PHL 17. 2-1 Phillies as we go to the bottom of the 2nd. We had a rain delay of about an hour and 20 minutes before the start of this ball game. And the Phillies gave up a run in there in the top of the first, and then the Phillies scored 2 in the bottom of the first.
There's another guy that wears out Volstad now, even Raul Ibanez.
Ibanez is 10 for 19 against Volstad.
There it is, with 3 of them home runs.
Ibanez had a good series against the Cubs. He was 6 for 16. 17 straight games against the Marlins, and included in that is a 6-game hitting streak. Infante throws him out, 1 away. So Volstad has the first out here in the second. That'll bring Dominic Brown to the plate. Raul's a little upset with himself, or the strike 2 that was called by Darryl Cousins.
Yeah, he was upset about that, absolutely. And they, you know, hitter feels that gets him in the hole. Maybe they'll chase with 2 strikes like he did on a changeup.
Dominic Brown takes a 91-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Cousins is the crew chief. Ron Culp's at first. Jim Wolf is over at second, and Mike Malinsky is the umpire at third. They changed the umpires a couple different times today, and they'll continue to do that even tomorrow, because they'll add a 5th umpire for the day-night doubleheader, because the home plate umpire in Game 2 will be off in Game 1, and then the home plate umpire from Game 1 will be off for Game 2.
Right. And then they'll be back on Thursday.
Correct. Humpback line drive caught out of the air by Omar Infante. Well, speaking of tomorrow, a reminder that it's a split day-night doubleheader. Game 1 is at 1:05. Game 2 is at 7:05. There are seats that still remain for both of those ball games. So go to Phillies.com now and make your purchase if you want to come out and see the Phils against the Florida Marlins. Some of you already have tickets for the first game of the day-night doubleheader, because that was the rainout from the 16th of April. It'll have Game 8 on your ticket. But again, go to Phillies.com if you want to see the Phils and the Fish. Carlos Ruiz, the hitter. And he takes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
So the weather's supposed to be great tomorrow, so it should be nice even for the day game. Won't be smoking hot, and then beautiful night for the night game tomorrow.
Game 1 is scheduled to be Kyle Kendrick for the Phillies, and the Marlins have not announced their Game 1 starter. Game 2 is supposed to be a great pitching matchup. Anibal Sanchez against Roy Halladay. Ruiz down the right field line, and it's slicing foul.
Watch Carlos Ruiz. He goes through stages through the season, and when his swing gets long the way that it is right now, he doesn't make real good contact. And really had a lot of trouble the other day with Doug Davis, that soft tossing left-hander, and that was a long swing there. And when he gets his swing shorter, that's when he starts to hit.
That one's on the hands, back to shortstop, and Hanley Ramirez throws him out, and the Phillies go down in order here in the second. So 1, 2, 3 go the Phils. Chris Volstad has an easy bottom of the second, and that'll take us to the top of the third. on the Phillies.com. Go to the fan section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. Wills, the question is, the Red Sox traded Hanley Ramirez and Anibal Sanchez with 2 others to Florida for Guillermo Mota and what 2 other players? So we're looking for the players that went to the Red Sox in that trade. The answer will be revealed in the 7th inning. Just so you know, they weren't in that crowd shot right there, Wheels.
No.
Although one of them could have been.
What?
That's all I'm going to say. Chris Volstead leads it off here in the 3rd. Volstead's hitting .217 this year. He has 5 hits and 23 at-bats. The 0-2 pitch. Grounder back to her second. Chase Utley charges and throws him out.
Talking about Placido Polanco last same time when you looked up about him being on the All-Star team elected off the Tigers. Carl Graber, our stat guy, gave us a really neat note here that he had more votes that year than the guy who was selected to the National League team at second base, Chase Utley. That's pretty neat. I mean, the reason Polanco was in Detroit was because of Chase Utley.
That's right. We said he's a popular guy. All 3 of the stops he's made, and he's been to Philadelphia twice. I mean, the fans love him.
Oh yeah.
St. Louis, he still gets a nice round of applause.
He still does. When he first went back there, you know, he's big time now. But you're right. It's still more than polite.
Andy Ramirez swung at the first pitch his first time up, and he fouls pitch number 2 in this at bat right into the waiting hand of Eduardo Perez. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Remember when Eduardo Perez and his brother Victor were a couple of kids running around here when Tony Perez played for the Phillies in '83. There's Eduardo. I think his brother Victor went to the University of Pennsylvania.
Well, we've got a no-hitter alert going right now. Justin Verlander, who threw one earlier this year. He leads the Indians 3-0 in the bottom of the 7th. He is just, he could be dominant.
Oh, he's nasty. Well, he already has 2 no-hitters.
Right.
You said 1 this year. Had 1 before that.
Against the Toronto Blue Jays. Swing and a miss, and Ramirez is down on strikes, 2 outs.
That's not going to help his back. Big old hook like that. Swing and miss that hard.
Well, that is strikeout number 92 on the year for Hamels.
Cole really used his curveball last time out. More and more, this pitch is becoming effective for him. And look at that outstanding curveball there. That was a great shot where you can see how far that thing dropped. And Hanley Ramirez was way out in front of it. And that's a bat throwing pitch right there. Thankfully, he didn't throw the bat. He just kind of slipped out of his hand.
Another curveball, and that's in for strike 2. Bonifacio singled and scored the run for the Marlins in the first.
This guy likes the rosin on his helmet look, huh?
Yes, he does. Either that or it's really scuffed up.
It's like rosin.
Yeah, it is. He usually pounds it on top of his helmet. 0-2 pitch to him. Hit on the ground to shortstop. Rollins has to hurry the throw to first. He does, and the side is retired. They get him by about a half a step. 1-2-3 go the Marlins for a 2nd consecutive inning. 8 in a row retired by Cole Hamels as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. By Bud Light Lime, the just right taste of Bud Light with a refreshing splash of 100% natural lime flavor. By Chevrolet, see your local Chevy dealer or visit ChevyDealer.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines do Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. Phillies lead at 2-1 as Cole Hamels leads it off here in the third. And he takes a strike, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Hamels a .267 hitter. Grounds it toward first. Big hop for Gabby Sanchez. So Hamels is retired. And Jimmy Rollins strolls to the plate. Well, it's a cool night, but the beverages are still refreshing here at the yard. Tell you what, that's a pretty good system right there that Bender has. He has the beer on his back, almost like a backpack. Rollins takes a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Benders even get modern. And when they used to carry that, a different way, you had to carry it around handheld. You know, put the thing down, pull the beers out of there, pass them down the aisle.
And I still think some do. But if you don't have the backpack, you always have your head.
Yeah, that's good.
Rollins hits it up the first base line, a foul ball. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Ron Colpa had that all the way as a foul ball. Then it deflected off Sanchez's glove, and that got the fans upset because it looked like the Phillies are really in business there.
Breaking ball over to first again, and Gabby Sanchez will take it to the bag to retire Rollins. So two groundouts to Gabby Sanchez here in the third. Wheels, the Phillies family lost a very dear friend and fellow employee earlier today when the great Penny DeMuzio passed away. Penny worked in our merchandising department and worked here at the Phillies for so many years. But not only that, she also passed on to all of us. Mike DeMuzio, her son, Danny, who worked for the grounds crew, and a whole host of other folks from the DeMuzio family who have always been around the Phillies family.
David works here too. Yep. That one hurts. She's a neat lady, and her husband Ted was a long-time employee here until we lost him a few years ago. They're just a great family, and you know, that news today really hit all of us. We all love Penny.
Usually you'd go downstairs here at Citizen Bank Park, and the fans didn't always do this. But there was Penny in the merchandising office downstairs, and you walk in and she always had that smile on her face looking up from her glasses as you walked in to talk to the guys down there, maybe make a purchase or two.
What do you need? You know where it is. She was great. So many wonderful years here with Ted and Penny. Miss them both.
And we talk about Mike all the time, and Mike's always on the field. You always see him during rain delays. You can't miss him. But you know, our thoughts go out to the DeMuzio family during this very tough time. As Victorino takes it, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Outside, 3-2. There's Utley waiting on deck.
Volstad's throwing a lot more off-speed stuff. Got hurt with that fastball in the first inning. Rollins got a hit off a fastball, and of course the ball that Ryan hit out to left center field was a fastball. A lot more curve balls and changeups since then. Colpa's getting booed because he took that ball and put it in his pocket, and that was only to save a little time. He'll eventually run over there and give it to a fan.
Back toward the middle, under the glove of Volstad, and Victorino's aboard with a 2-out single.
I hope he does anyway, for his own good.
Right, because they'll remind him in between innings.
It's only the third inning.
Hey, 10 packages offer a unique opportunity to attend some of the most popular games of the season. For information, go to Phillies.com/tailgate. Now, the package includes a pregame tailgate in the Phillies party tent with music, buffet menu, beer, and soft drinks, plus a ticket to one of several high-demand Phillies games. Again, go to Phillies.com/tailgate for more information. 2 outs here in the third. Chase Utley's the hitter. Utley fly to shallow left his first time up. And he takes low.
Now's the time to steal. Great time to steal a bag. There's 2 outs. You're not thinking about the ball in the hole to get to third base with 2 outs like you would with no outs or 1 out. So if Victorino can go and they let him go, this perfect time to run.
Victorino has stolen 9 bases. He's been caught once. Well, the Marlins agree that Victorino might be going. John Buck, the catcher for the Blue Jays, has thrown out 21% of the runners who have tried to steal.
That's some mask he's wearing down there, too. The lights, it's really shiny when the lights hit it.
Yeah, it's a brand new one. He was debating, according to stories outside of Miami, debating on whether it was too flashy.
Look at that thing. It's flashy. It's a matter of opinion whether it's too flashy. I don't have one. I just think it's pretty neat looking.
There was a story in the Miami papers the last couple of days. He was presented with that mask from the same gentleman who used to do all of his masks up in Toronto. And that's pretty impressive.
Looks like it has his initials on the back, too. It had 14 on the front, looked like JB on the back.
And a lot more around it.
Yeah.
3-0 the count to Utley. Howard's already homered.
That tells you, I've been talking about how he's gotten off his fastball. 2-0 changeup with Ryan Howard on deck. Well, yeah, there it is. JB.
Utley deep to right field. That one is gone. Another 2-run home run for the Phillies. This one off the bat of Utley, and the Phillies lead it 4-1.
This guy is really getting hurt with his fastball. And there it was again, 3-0, then a 3-1 fastball away that he missed. And that one down the middle. And Charlie, as you mentioned, Tom, talking about his swing. Wow, is this good timing right here? This is vintage Chase Utley. Watch how quick this swing is. Waits, bam, out of the ballpark. And Volstad knew it right. Look how long he waited on that and then hit it out. Everything, the feet were down, the weight was set. Man, that's Chase Utley right there, and welcome back.
3rd home run for Utley. He now has 10 runs batted in, and the Phillies lead it 4-1.
That was a good swing, and that's not a fastball.
No, that there to Howard is a slider, and it's 0-1.
Boy, is that pretty to see again.
Sure is.
Ball just jumps when he can do that.
Howard homered the opposite way his first time up. He had a good series against the Cubs. Better than good. He's now 7 for his last 19.
Well, that swing there was vintage Chase Utley.
Well, the other part of the storyline is that Volstad's thrown 55 pitches. And he's given up 4 runs thanks to the homers by Howard and Utley.
Yeah, he's really vulnerable to home run balls from left-handed hitters.
But we talked about how many games in 3 days and in about 45 hours. So a base runner here in the third. Well, the no-hitter is over with in Detroit. Justin Verlander gave up a base hit to to Orlando Cabrera.
Yeah, they have two Cabrera.
I was going to say they have Struble, they have Orlando. So Orlando Cabrera. So he'll have to settle for at least the time being. Have thrown two no hitters in his career.
Yeah, you know, try and win the game now.
Here's Polanco, and he takes a strike.
That's a pretty big series. It's for first place, as the Indians have been a little bit of a free fall lately, and the Tigers are, I think they're tied with them basically.
Well, they've been knocking on the door for the last few days.
Going into play tonight, I think they're in first place if they win.
Yep. Indians are 35-29. Detroit's 36-30. And a swing and a miss to Polanco. It's 0-2. Polanco grounded to shortstop his first time up. And you see the pitch count for Volstad.
They have an extra pitcher in their bullpen and one less extra man. Only 4 players available off the bench for them.
There's the central standings that Wheels just talked about coming into tonight. White Sox are just 4 back.
Yeah, well, the Indians had that nice lead, and they have really struggled for about, what, 2.5, 3 weeks.
To right field, Stanton on the run over toward the line. He gets there and makes the catch, and the side is retired. But a 2-run home run by Chase Utley has made this a 3-run ball game in favor of the Phillies. Utley going long to right center as we go to the 4th. Like swing lines, stack and shred shredder, featuring hands-free shredding. Who but WB Mason? Well, the long ball has helped the Phils. It's like the old days here at the ballpark. 2-run home run by Ryan Howard, a 2-run home run by Chase Utley. And now Cole Hamels will go to work with a 3-run lead. Logan Morrison, Gabby Sanchez, and Mike Stanton are due up for the Marlins. Gary Matthews joins us up here in the booth, and Hamels ready to go. Morrison singled through the right side his first time up, so he's 1 for 1. And he takes low, 1-0. Morrison has spent some time on the disabled list this year. In fact, he had a cast on his foot because he was dealing with plantar fasciitis. And they were just trying to keep it secure and keep him from banging it around. But they missed him. There's a towering pop-up on the infield. Chase Utley comes in on the grass, puts it away, 1 out.
Good pitch, fastball in on the hands. That's the other thing Utley gives you is the power with the other second baseman thrown, and that's that quick run with 2 outs like he did. And once he gets that stroke going, boy, it's going to be a lot easier for the offense.
All right, we've talked about that, Sarge. You know, is the stroke there? I mean, Charlie Manuel thinks it's there. And if it's not, it's very close to getting where it needs to be.
Yeah, I think he's. I think he really is pretty close, and you can tell by how hard he's hitting the ball. And the consistency, that's what you want. That's how you can tell that he's back. The consistency, just hitting the ball hard day in and day out.
Well, the other thing, too, we saw this Sunday to finish up the game, he's running very well. And that's all part of the pounding that he puts together on those knees.
Got to have your legs in order to hit. And again, he's the type of player that you just don't know how much pain he is in. And when you played a number of years, you're going to have pain.
Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 to Gabby Sanchez, who has an RBI tonight on a ground out. So he's 0 for 1. And so Hamels ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Well, there were 2 defensive plays that Utley made in Sunday's game. The one where he charged, gloved it and flipped with his glove, and then the one he caught, the fly ball he caught to finish off the ball game. I should say the one on Saturday, the one on Sunday. I mean, both of those plays, to me, coupled with the way he's swinging, lead you to believe that he's really feeling pretty good right now.
Well, he's feeling pretty good because he's starting to hit that ball there. He has a lot of pride about his game.
Foul ball back over the screen. It remains 0-2.
Oh, he's putting the ball right on their thumbs.
Well, here's the play that ended the game on Sunday.
Well, this is big, too, at the situation there as you go all out, being able to get it. And you're right, that is a test.
Next pitch in the dirt to Sanchez, and it's what it remains, or it moves to 1-2. Well, you see what Utley's done tonight, the 2-run home run. That's given the Phillies a 4-1 lead, and I'll tell you, they could really use his consistent boost of power in this lineup. Now here's the play from Saturday that we were talking about, Sarge.
Yeah, and he has that going right through his head before the players. Seen him do this before. Not taking any time, trying to get it out of and barehanded.
Another ground ball. This one to Rollins, and he throws out Sanchez. 2 outs here in the 4th. Well, Cole Hamels has retired the Marlins in order twice tonight. Every time the Phillies retire the opposing team, 1, 2, 3. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by the Xfinity HD Triple Play, your complete lineup for digital TV, lightning fast internet, and home phone. Mike Stanton grounded to third his first time up. And he's in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes.
Well, Darrell Cousins giving that ball that is low, right below the knees. No reason to really throw him a strike at this time.
And they don't. He's down swinging. The side is retired. 2 strikeouts in the ball game for Hamels. He's retired 11 consecutive batters. We played 3.5 here in Philadelphia. The Phillies have the lead, and Hamels has control. advance. By Citizens Bank. We're for homes. Talk to us today about how we can help guide you to the loan that's right for you. And by Honda. See your Honda dealer and discover the great values now being offered. Bottom of the fourth here at Philadelphia. The Phillies lead at 4-1. It'll be Ibanez, Dominic Brown, Carlos Ruiz. And a breaking ball from Volstad. Drops in for strike one. Ibanez grounded out to second his first time up. His average of 249 with 8 home runs and 32 runs batted in. Three balls and one strike.
Guy's doing a lot better job in taking pitches, not swinging at the pitcher's pitch. He's in that hitting mode now. Could look for his fastball to be able to drive somewhere.
Well, instead of the fastball, he threw a slider. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sarge, Wheels was talking about Volstad's fastball, how the Phillies are really teeing off on it. If you're a pitcher of his size and his ability, I mean, how do you change your fastball in midstream?
Well, he's got to have better location. That's all.
To the right side, nice play by Gabby Sanchez. Volstad is there to cover. Instead of the fastball again, that was a changeup. One away.
Yeah, he knows the guys are a fastball hitting ball club. You just don't want to hit them try and hit the ball too hard, but you still have to be able to look for your pitch.
Dominic Brown hit a little humpback liner to second his first time up. He's 0 for 1. 2 for his last 23.
He's still learning how to hit in the major leagues. Obviously, he's had good success in the minor leagues.
In the air to right field. That's success right there. Dominic Brown, a solo home run. It's the 3rd homer of the night for the Phillies. They now lead it 5-1.
Mike's going to have to go to another pitch. That was a changeup. Dominic getting the ball out of there. Wasn't a long swing on that one. Out over the plate as he drives the ball. And I tell you, once he really learns that strike zone, you're going to see a lot more of that. He has that type of power. Like those insurance runs, excuse me, Tommy, like to add on. Look where that pitch is. And it drops right down in his zone. He knows it's gone when he hits it.
That was a pretty nice swing.
When he's compact and more so hits that ball out front, I mean, he will be able to hit that ball out straightaway center.
Hanley Ramirez throws out Ruiz, 2 away. So 2 outs, nobody on. Phillies lead 5-1. That's got to make Dominic Brown feel good, since we said he was 2 for his last 23 before that homer.
Well, the good thing is, though, he continues to be able to play. And when you know that you're going to play and in the lineup, you don't feel the pressure like you would if you had to hit to stay in the lineup.
Hamels grounded out his first time up. 1 ball and no strikes to him. Tried a curve, and it was upstairs. 2-1 now to Hamels.
Well, Marlins are feeling like their backs are against the wall, and they should, especially with the games that they've lost coming into this series.
A line drive to center field. Bonifacio He waffled after it, and he makes the catch, and the side is retired. Oh, the Phillies tack on another one. They're using the long ball to their favor tonight. Dominic Brown joined Ryan Howard and Chase Utley by going yard. This one a solo shot here at the bottom of the fourth, and the Phillies take a 5-1 lead into the fifth. Taking a Citizens Bank Park tour. Tours include visits to the dugout, Diamond and Hall of Fame clubs, and much more. They're available year-round. For more information or to schedule your tour, see Ballpark Tours at Phillies.com. Go to the fifth. Phillies lead at 5-1. Their first 3 home run games since the 23rd of May. John Buck leads it off against Hamels. Outside for ball 1. Sarge, speaking of those ballpark tours, there were a number of them today, and there was also members of the Phillies Baseball Academy that were here at the ballpark. Shane Victorino met with them in the media room downstairs, and Victorino left laughing. So I could only imagine the questions that were asked and the answers that were given by Shane.
That's right up his alley to be a part of that. Anytime you talk with Shane, I mean, he's never lost without words. One of the few players on the team you cannot embarrass. I mean, he doesn't get embarrassed.
Well, it was kind of neat watching him walk out with a big smile on his face, getting ready for this game. As Buck takes low, it's 2-2. The other thing, Charlie and I were doing an interview in front of the dugout today, or Charlie was doing an interview, and I was standing there waiting to talk with him, and the kids were chanting his name as loud as could be from the left field line. Now that's a little different than the ballpark tours, but
yeah,
there were a number of them going on, and you kind of get the same treatment if you book one of those tours.
Well, when you're winning, easy to come to the ballpark, easy to really scream and yell for your favorite players or manager. Charlie Manuel doing a good job. He gets the best out of the players as far as in their ability to go out there and play. And they pull for one another. Don't always get that on a lot of other Cubs.
A swing and a miss. Buck's down with the 3rd strikeout of the night for Hamels. 12 in a row retired by Cole.
Almost unhittable as he throws that 3-2 changeup. Says he can throw it in his sleep. He's learned how to throw that pitch. That's how well he feels about it.
Omar Infante pops it up foul territory. Howard on the run, and he's out of room.
Good play. Like to see him hold up on that play. Ball not hit high enough to try and get underneath it. At the time now to be sliding and trying to catch a ball when you have that 5-1 lead.
Well, it is that time of the year, Sarge. A lot of graduates in the area. A lot of college graduates, maybe some high school graduates.
Well, obviously, if he's here, just left his graduation.
I was thinking the same thing.
It's a pretty heck of a present, though, to have, to come out and see the fight fields. Hopefully win a ball game. Don't know if I'd be that brave, however.
Wear your graduation cap.
Well,
here's the 1-2 to Infante. Inside 2-2.
Might be looking at it as a conversation piece. People will come up and talk to you.
Where'd you graduate from? What'd you study? To left center field. That's pretty well hit. Victorino on the run, and he got to the alley. Made the catch, 2 away. Well, the wind kind of knocked that down, but Victorino showed a pretty good route to get to that ball.
Good call on that. Wind did knock it down. Ball really taking off. Victorino getting a good jump. That ball is up in the air. You're talking about a guy that can outrun the ball. You can see how high. Now he slows down. The ball starts to float. Had a little bit more to go if it was hit even further.
So 2 got here in the 5th. That'll bring Wes Helms to the plate. He grounded a shortstop his first time up. Takes at the knees. It's 0-1. Last batter on board was Logan Morrison, who singled in the 1st. Fly ball center field. Victorino heads on back. He's under it. Makes the catch. 14 in a row. Retired by Cole Hamels. He is flat dealing tonight. Marlins go down in order. We played 4.5, and Jimmy Rollins will lead it off when we get back. Tonight after the postgame show, get all the news, weather, and sports all in just 30 minutes. It's the newscast built to fit your lifestyle. So check out PHL 17 News at 10, powered by NBC 10. Tonight after the postgame show. Postgame show's coming up right after this ball game as the Phils lead the Marlins 5-1. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Rollins, Victorino, and Utley. And it's 2 balls and no strikes to J-Roll, who singled and scored to the first, grounded out to first his last time up.
You can see he continues to pitch inside. Now, he does have that two-seamer that runs back, but you know, he hasn't been using that, and he got some strikeouts on it early on. He got Victorino on it.
In all honesty, watching that pitch in the first inning before Howard's home run, you know, with the Victorino up bat, even a couple pitches to Chase Utley. There it is right there. I mean, it's a pretty good pitch.
Yeah. Well, when he hits that spot, I mean, it's hard to get the big part of the bat to the ball.
Line drive, one hopper right to Omar Infante. That ball kind of died in the air. And Rollins is retired for the first out. That'll bring Victorino to the plate. Well, Sarge, we're only at the middle of June right now, but this 4-game series can go a long way, coupled with the 1-10 homestand the Marlins just had. The Phillies kind of knocking the Marlins back even farther in this division.
That's what you want to do, is you put some distance with teams that you know that might be good enough to almost win it. But the fact is, though, we talk about it, first game is really the most important game, and then you go on and go from there. The pressure becomes on the opposition. You take a look at Hanley Ramirez, just getting back off the DL. Still hasn't found his stroke. That'll take him some time.
You know, the Phillies certainly respect the Marlins. They respect the abilities of a Hanley Ramirez. But look what the Marlins have done here in the month of June. And because of that, they've lost 5.5 games in the division as Victorino reaches for the second time today. I mean, again, it's only June 14th. But with players like Chase Utley heating up, you know, the Phillies can really get some distance.
Well, that's what you want to do, demoralize them. You know, and they do this in a professional way. You don't see them jumping all up and down and going crazy in the dugout. They're very professional. Any antics will be in the clubhouse.
Randy St. Clair's coming out to the mound to talk to Volstad. John Buck out there as well.
Yeah, maybe just to change the game plan on how they wanted to get him out, since Chase did hit that home run.
Hey fans, 14 and under, the Powerade Junior Phillies Club might be something for you. Registration fee is $13. For information or to register, go to phillies.com/Junior Phillies Club. Members receive Junior Phillies Club backpack, Carlos Ruiz poster and magnet series, membership card, and an opportunity to win some fun prizes. So those two young ladies right there, they qualify for the Powerade Junior Phillies Club. So after the meeting on the mound, here's Utley, 1 for 2 with that homer. Phillies 3 and 4 hitters over the last 3 games have certainly looked like the Phillies 3 and 4 hitters of old.
Well, you got to win when those 3, 4, 5 guys are hitting. Easier for your club, because it seems like that those guys come up with men on base a little bit more than some of the other batters. That's why it's so important when you're starting the game that you like that leadoff hitter on. And one of the reasons I like Victorino hitting second, he acts as if another leadoff hitter. So if J-Roll isn't on, you got speed at the top of your lineup.
Utley a little out in front of that off-speed pitch. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, in Polanco, he's steady. It doesn't matter what pitcher is pitching. He seems to have the same stroke. So he's not going to try and do anything different hitting behind Ryan Howard other than hit the ball hard.
Phillies have not attempted a steal against Volstad in this ball game.
A little surprised about that. Oh, he does have a slide step that he uses from time to time.
Line drive toward right field. That's going to be in for another base hit. It gets by Stanton and goes to the wall. Victorino to the third. He'll be held there. Utley at second with another extra base hit.
Well, you got to like this sound here as he blisters this ball in the right field. See it hitting against the wall. That's just an automatic double. He'll be safe at second base.
Safe and secure with New York life. The Marlins still have nobody up in their bullpen.
Yeah, I think this would be a situation for me that they'll go on and walk Ryan Howard and let the pitch to Polanco. Again, Polanco, one of those type of hitters. It's pretty steady. It's just stay up the middle. Seen him hit a grand slam here before.
Edwin Rodriguez, the manager of the Marlins. So he'll watch Ryan Howard get walked intentionally. A couple weeks ago, other teams were walking the batter in front of Ryan Howard.
And that doesn't make you feel good as a hitter.
But the last week or so, he's been a little different at the plate. So there's intentional ball 3.
And the difference is he's swinging at strikes. When Ryan Howard gets strikes to swing at, he's as good a hitter as any hitter in the league.
Well, there's ball 4, and this was a strike that he swung out earlier in the ball game.
Look at this pitch. Boy, and I tell you, that's not a bad pitch. Probably wanted in a little bit further, but quick hands. And as strong as he is, make sure that ball gets out.
Well, production from the top of the order tonight. They have scored 4 runs. They've driven in 4. And now let's see if Polanco can keep the train moving.
Boy, this is big right here. Get a base hit. Long fly ball would do the trick to score another run. Victorino at third base.
Polanco is 0 for 2. He's grounded out to short, fly to right. And a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Polanco hit a grand slam earlier in this homestand for his 100th career homer. Fly ball, shallow right. Victorino tags. Stanton's under. He's got a good arm. Victorino's coming. Here's the throw to the plate. It skips toward the dish. Victorino slides in safely. And the Phillies lead it 6-1. And how about Utley? So heads up. Went to third on the throw to the plate.
Yeah, believe it or not, though, he's trying to draw that throw to third base and hope that that runner could be able to go, as you see him coming in and talking to everybody again. Now take a look at this as he gets that ball. He catches that ball a little bit high for me. Gets off a pretty good throw. Not a lot of base runners are going to be able to slide as he does. Not only that, he pops up and lets you know that he is safe. Pretty good play. That's what that speed does for you. Another reason I like him hitting up in that lineup, just for that reason. Stanton's thinking, well, hey, I should have probably thrown him out from that distance, but I thought he caught the ball too high.
He kind of overran it
In order to throw Victorino out.
Here's Ibanez 0 for 2. He's grounded to second, grounded to first. Phillies lead 6-1. There's Utley over at third. Howard at first. 2-0 the count. kind of a hitter's dream to work the count in your favor. 2 balls and no strikes.
Utley reading the ball as it hits the dirt, has his momentum going toward home plate. That's what you want to do. Hoping and looking for a wild pitch. Gets away, you're able to score. You got some momentum going toward home plate.
He probably had the green light. That just wasn't a good 3-0 pitch to swing at.
Well, and again, though, Ibanez doesn't swing at a lot of 3-0 pitches for whatever reason. But usually, if you get that 3-1, you usually get that same one in this particular sequence.
Fly ball left center field. Bonifacio calls off Morrison, makes the catch, and the side is retired. The Phillies tack on another one. A sac fly by Placido Polanco. We've completed 5. We go to the 6th with the Phillies up 6-1. Cliff Lee's arm has heated up right as the Phillies are heading into the summer months. Following his last start, he sat atop the strikeout leaders in the major leagues, and his ERA continues to drop. The left-hander's 4-game win streak at Citizens Bank Park has come at the right time, and it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Now more than ever, we're here for you every step of the way. Well, the Fanatic just entertained the crowd with a little colonial skit, I think, in between innings. It was kind of a colonial skit / Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. You had the folks from the Independence Visitor Center, I believe, who were down on the field with him, and he came out with the electric guitar and had it rolling along.
Oh boy.
Chris Volstad leads it off here in the top of the 6th. Hamels with a 5-run lead to work with. Volstad grounded to second his first time up.
Now, these are the guys you really want to concentrate on it and be able to get that first out. Make it easier for you.
There's a grounder to third to his right, Polanco. And a very casual toss across the diamond. One away. That's 15 straight retired by Hamels. Sarge, he brought up a good point the other day when he was talking about his maturation as a pitcher. He said it has a lot to do with his cutter and his curveball. You know, he always had the fastball and the changeup, and he had a slider at one point, but the cutter and the curve, he said, have made a world of difference. In fact, his quote was, "I don't even know how I did so well back then. I think being able to throw 4 pitches is a lot easier than throwing 2.
Well, the reason he was doing so well, no one could hit that changeup. You know, how many times have we seen him throwing the fastball changeup? Don't forget now, he was spotting that fastball. You don't become that MVP of the World Series just by luck. You got to be doing the job.
Hanley Ramirez takes low and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And the longer you're in the league, more confidence that you have, and then you start to face the hitters for so many years. You get to know what you want to do with each and every one of them.
High chopper to shortstop. And Ramirez retired. Now that was the changeup, and it's still his bread and butter. But there have been nights where his cutter has been his best pitch.
Yeah, and the reason he's talking about the 4 pitches just gives that hitter something else to have to look for. Whether or not it's a curveball, changeup. Look at the concentration there on his face as he throws that changeup. And you know when he throws it, almost like that little bit screwball where you can see his hand going over a little bit. He'll get that movement. Like a Carl Hubble type screwball that pitched for the Giants back in the day, way back in the day.
Well, that's his line for tonight. He gave up a run in the first, but since that time has retired 16 straight. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Bonifacio.
Wow. What a great changeup. Now, keep in mind, too, most of those hitters, they're looking for that fastball. You get that changeup with that arm motion. Very difficult pitch to hit.
Well, that's the first real erratic curveball he's thrown tonight.
Yeah, and remember when he was actually learning how to throw it, he was rolling the curveball. It was a lot slower. He's got a lot tighter break these days on that curveball.
Well, it's 3-2 now to Bonifacio. Not too many 3-ball counts for Hamels tonight as Logan Morrison waits on deck. In fact, this is just his second one. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Just a flat-out fastball right there by Cole Hamels. He brought it up in the zone, and it's his 4th strikeout of the night. 17 in a row set down in order by Hamels. We played 5.5, and the Phils lead at 6-1. The 6th that he takes inside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Dominic homered his last time up, his third of the year. He now has 10 RBIs. To left center field. Boy, he scalded that one. Morrison is back, reaches up, and he makes the grab. The wind kind of knocked it down. I thought that was going to split the gap and go all the way to the wall.
Yeah, that's that ball that I'm saying that he's going to get stronger and stronger about. That ball out over the plate as he smokes it into left center. Maybe hit it on the end a little bit. Good action on it, though. Just on the end some. Other than that, that ball's got a good chance to get up on the wall or out of here.
That's a good point on your part, Sarge. I mean, we've seen him pull the ball often, including his home runs this year. But to be able to show that power to the gap in left center. Ruiz takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Ruiz has grounded to short twice. Curved ball pulled through the hole on the left side. A 1-out single, and Carlos is aboard. Phillies baseball is brought to you by the Quality Plus Ford stores, by McDonald's, I'm loving it, and by the Pennsylvania Lottery. Play Hot 100,000, the new instant game for the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 years or older to play. Please play responsibly. One out. Here's Hamels, 0 for 2.
Well, bunting situation.
And he bunted it foul.
See Hamels looking down in case Charlie changes his mind and go on and let him hit. Yeah, but for me, though, with this lead, you want to bunt, get back and sit down and see whether or not J-Ro can get him in.
He bunts, foul. So now what do? You let him try to bunt again? Or I mean, he is a pretty good hitting pitcher.
Tell you what I do on this one right here. I'd slug bunt.
They've been working on that.
You know, it's good time. You got the infielders moving all over the place. Cole Hamels does handle that bat pretty good. Therefore, pitcher.
Swinging away, and he's down on strikes. 2 outs here in the 6th. He was looking back thinking maybe he got a piece of it. But if he did, I think John Buck hung on to it anyway. Here's Rollins, who's 1 for 3. In the air to right center field. On the run is Stanton, and that one is gone! Another 2-run home run, the 3rd of the game. The 4th overall, and the Phillies lead it 8-1.
Tell you, boy, when the fighting field starts swinging the bats like this, that rest of the league, they start to get real nervous, knowing that they do have great pitching, haven't been hitting the ball as well as they could, and guess what? Breaking out of it, this is just some loud sound. Compact swing there for J-Ro as he hits the ball out of the ballpark.
So a 2-run home run for Howard, a 2-run home run for Utley, a 2-run home run for Rollins, and the solo shot by Dominic Brown. All but one of the runs tonight driven in with the long ball.
Well, they start hitting the long ball. Boy, it just makes it so much easier. You get that run with that one hit. Don't have to worry about running the bases. But you notice, though, the swings that they're taking, they're not lifting at all. They're just sitting back, driving the ball, putting a good swing on.
Inside and low, 3-1 to Victorino.
And that's what Charlie talks about a lot in terms of hitting. Sure, you got to have the ability, but more so, you got to have a game plan when you go up there to hit against Major League pitching.
Little flare to center. Here comes Bonifacio, and it's off his glove, and Victorino's heading to second. That's a double. It's his third hit of the night.
And got to tell you, though, he earned that double there. He hits that ball, and he's thinking about that double from home plate, sprinting around the bases. Take a look at it as this is off the end of the bat, but he's running hard right now all the way. That ball just eludes him right off the tip of the glove there, and by then it's too late. See him coming in. Might have did better with a little bit of a slide on that. He does have good speed, however. Once that ball goes there, again, Victorino there. He's safe there at second base. Almost slipped a little bit at first base. There he is, smiling and talking again.
Well, Volsted's night is done. It's a 2-out double for Shane Victorino. He has 3 hits. The Phillies have reached double digits in hits here tonight. They have 4 home runs. It has been a very productive night. Not so much for Chris Volsted. This is an AT&T call to the bullpen with the Phillies leading at 8-1 here at Citizens Bank Park. Here tonight, 8 runs on 10 hits, and he's still responsible for the runner at second. He's out of the game. Edward Mojica is the new pitcher for the Marlins. 5-2 with an ERA just over 3. This is his 29th ball game. This is the Phillies' first 4-home run game of the year. First pitch to Utley, way inside. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 through 4 certainly has done its job in this game. And then some. 2-0 the count. Now the job is to see if they can keep it going. Not only tonight, but as the series moves on.
Well, they're going to feel a lot better after scoring runs. But a lot better, just starting to have better at bats. Well, there's a pitch right there. Normally, a lot of the hitters are swinging that changeup out of the zone. Yeah, this team here, you swing at strikes, you're going to get hits.
3-0 the count. There's ball 4, and Utley's aboard. Utley's been on base 3 times tonight. And here comes Ryan Howard. Oh, I mentioned this. Chase Utley will leave for pinch runner Wilson Valdez. The Phillies' last 4 home run game was back in September of last year. It came against the Washington Nationals on September 29th.
Job well done by Chase Utley. That's when you want to try and get him out of the game. Big lead. Another way of letting those extra men get a couple of swings.
Mojica takes the little grounder from Howard and flips underhand to first, to the side, is retired. But the Phillies scored 2 more. Another 2-run home run. We've completed 6. We go to the 7th. The Phillies up 7.
A little CCR right there with the rains falling early, but since they stopped with, the Phillies been on a home run tear here tonight. Look at that, 4 home runs, all by left-handed hitters, driving Chris Volstad from the game. Cole Hamels, a really solid 6, retired the last 17 in a row, gave up a run in the first inning, and that has been it. Phillies with 4 homers for the first time this year. 2 other times, Tommy, they hit 3 home runs in a game, and those were Cole Hamels starts too.
Well, they've been very impressive tonight as Wilson Valdez remains in the game after pinch running for Chase Utley. He'll remain in at second. They've been very impressive. He's been unbelievably impressive tonight.
Been impressive all year. I think he's had 14 swings and misses tonight. You know, that's one of the things you look from a pitcher who is really, really good with fool 'em stuff or overpowering stuff. That many swings and misses is really something in Major League game.
No balls and 2 strikes the count to Logan Morrison. Outside 1-2. Utley, Hamels tonight has had 4 strikeouts. He has 95 strikeouts now on the year.
And his walks are way down. His hits per innings pitch. He's just tremendous.
Grounded to first. Ryan Howard is going to make his first error of the year.
Well, he got sloppy on that. You know, as you said, his first error of the year, and what he was trying to do there was glove it and get to the bag ahead of Morrison and hurry the play. And he started to, it looked like he started to make a left turn to the bag before he got to the baseball or got under control to catch the ball. See right here, he's already, see, making a left turn. His body's on its way to first base, but he hadn't caught the baseball yet.
643 chances. That was the 643rd. And it's his first error here in 2011. I mean, thinking about the rest of the first basemen in the National League, everybody else has made an error or had made an error, and now Ryan Howard is in that category. So Morrison leads off first, and it ends a string of 17 straight retired by Cole Hamels.
Yeah, and a really low pitch count for Cole Hamels, who should have, the one out here in this inning.
2-0 the count to Gabby Sanchez.
It's pitch number 81.
And a base hit to right field. So Morrison will stop at second. And it's the first hit for the Marlins since the first.
And these guys can score runs. They proved last night. And they've had a lot of base runners in all their losses because they have so many guys that can hit the ball in the ballpark.
Well, these lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. Not only have they had a chance to see Cole Hamels, they will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. Mike Stanton's the hitter with runners on first and second. Had a swing and a miss and a changeup. Stanton's 0 for 2. He's grounded out. He's also struck out tonight. That ball skipped over the railings and hit a fan up the third base side. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Washington scored 6 runs in the 7th, and they lead St. Louis 8-6 in the top of the 8th.
They had a really good series in San Diego, did the Nationals.
Hot shot toward third. Could be 2. Valdez, he came off the bag to apply the tag. So they only get 1, and the Marlins have first and third with 1 away.
It's a shame they're giving away outs in this inning. It was a double play ball, as Polanco knows, and a nice play by Wilson Valdez to recognize he has no shot of staying near second base or getting a call. So let's get an out with a 7-run lead. Double play is just not important here, that you've wasted it, and he just waits for the runner to come in, puts a tag. Nice play by Valdez, and not a good play there by Polanco. Good throw by Posse.
So now first and third with 1 away. And again, the Phillies will set up for 2. And a strike to John Buck. Buck's 0 for 2. He's fly to right. He struck out. Mentioned the strikeouts for Hamels tonight. He has 4, which brings his total up to 95. The Phillies, if everything goes well and guys stay healthy, could become the first National League team since 1969 to have 3 pitchers strike out 200 or more in an inning, or in a season, excuse me. That knocked the mask off Ruiz.
Was that the Mets?
The Houston Astros. Larry Dierker,
yeah,
Tom Griffin, and Don Wilson.
Wow.
And the Mets have taken care of business down in Atlanta. They've defeated the Braves 4-3. So if the Phillies hang on and win, their lead in the division would be a 3.5.
And Reyes with another big game. What a year he's had. Tom Griffin had over 200 strikeouts. Huh? I think his name was Tom.
Tom Griffin.
Yeah, Tom Griffin. Yeah, right-hander. Three right-handed pitchers. Larry Dierker was a young player. Don Wilson had as good a stuff as anybody, but he was a little crazy. Man, they had some strikeout pitchers in that Astrodome over the years.
It's 2-2 to Buck. And a call. Strike 3. 5 strikeouts tonight for Hamels.
There's a little backdoor cutter. Buck didn't think it got there. But that's been a great pitch for Cole Hamels, of course, because he can throw it in on them or he can backdoor a hitter. Watch how he starts it away and it zips onto that outside corner. Outstanding pitch by Hamels.
So 2 away. Here's Omar Infante. Infante's 0 for 2. Wheels, the Phillies have had 2 pitchers strike out 200 or more in a season twice. Last year, Hamels and Halladay.
Yeah. What was the other year?
What do you think? Think about it.
I'm thinking about it was a Schilling year.
No?
No. A Robin Roberts year.
Close.
Steve Carlton. I'm saying when Robin Roberts pitched somebody else?
No, it was a Hall of Famer in somebody else. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
Grover Cleveland Alexander.
How about Jim Bunning and Chris Short in 65?
Oh, wow, yeah.
No balls and 2 strikes.
They were pretty good, those two.
They were. Now Infante steps out. He didn't like how loud it was getting here at the ballpark. And it was getting loud. Hamels is ready. Got him. Change up, down and away. Infante is down swinging. 6 strikeouts for Hamels, and he leaves a couple here in the 7th. No runs, 1 hit. There was 1 Phillies error. The Marlins leave 2. Cole Hamels gets 2 strikeouts, and that guy loved it. With 2 others to the Marlins for Guillermo Mota and what 2 other major leaguers, as Polanco takes a strike.
How about Mike Lowell and Josh Beckett?
How about, you are correct.
That was a pretty good deal for both teams. Huh?
Yep, absolutely. They didn't think, the Red Sox that is, didn't think Lowell would be any help at all.
No,
as
Lowell,
it turned out he was very helpful.
In that deal, as everybody knew, at that time, if you got Beckett, you had to take Lowell to get that contract off the hands of the Marlins, and then Lowell he had some really good years till he got hurt.
Polanco hits it back toward the middle. Ramirez to his glove side, throws low, dug out by Sanchez, 1 away. Log back onto Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Thanks for playing Dodge Stump the Fans. Mojica in relief of Chris Volstad, who went 5 2/3, allowed 10 hits and 8 runs.
And this guy's going to show you splitter after splitter too. That is his pitch. Saw him with San Diego for a while, and he has a good one. Doesn't throw real hard, but throws a lot of splits.
Ibanez 0 for 3, and he takes upstairs. Outside corner, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Mentioned these two teams will turn around very quickly and play the first of a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. Kyle Kendrick is scheduled to pitch the first of the day-night doubleheader. And a swing and a miss over that splitter. It's 3-2. Eli Villanueva has not officially been announced as the starter for the Marlins, but
sounds like it.
Every piece of the roadmap is leading us toward him.
He's a right-hander. Was their minor league pitcher of the year last year. This guy evidently does not throw real hard. Throws a lot of off-speed stuff. As that wind blows the ball all the way back and out there by Morrison, and he's from Florida, and we'll see if he pitches tomorrow and what kind of job he can do.
Well, again, that's a 105 start tomorrow. And there are seats still available for the split day-night doubleheader. You can go to Phillies.com and make a selection of either the 105 game or the 705 game. That 105 game is the makeup from the 16th of April. So you may hold tickets already. They say game number 8. And you can use them for 105. And then 705 Anibal Sanchez against Roy Halladay here at the ballpark.
That's a heck of a matchup.
Here's Dominic Brown, and he takes a strike.
Hit two balls really hard tonight. One shot out of the ballpark. The other was a screaming liner to left center run down by Morrison.
Fouls it away, and it's 0-2. Sarge was talking about that ball to left center field, and he brought up a good point. We've seen Dominic Brown basically just pull everything except for that ball in Washington that was caught by Lance Nix. That one wasn't hit as hard as the one tonight, and when he's able to do that eventually along with this, that's a no doubt about it. That is a long second deck home run for Dominic Brown. Well, when he's able to do both of those things, well, then you know he's arrived, and the Phillies now lead it 9-1. It's their first 5 home run games since the 19th of June last year.
All by left-handed hitters here tonight. 2 up by Dominic Brown now. That guy got a souvenir out there. He didn't expect to have one on that second deck, I don't think.
That is a long home run.
Yeah, when you hit him in the second deck, it's a long one. He does a nice job. He got his foot down in time there, and his timing was perfect, and hit it out of the ballpark. No doubt about it. That one was way up in the air into the second deck.
4 home runs now on the year for Brown as Carlos Ruiz is robbed with a liner right back to the box. Mojica makes the grab. The side is retired. Dominic Brown and a whole host of others getting involved tonight. Second home run of the night for Dominic Brown. That guy's ecstatic as he's got a souvenir. W.B. Mason for amazingly low office product prices. By Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. By Xfinity, only from Comcast, the official HD triple play provider of the Phillies. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. Top of the 8th, the Phillies lead it 9-1. And Cole Hamels will work against Wes Helms, the pitcher's spot. And Ozzie Martinez is in the on-deck circle, and then the top of the order.
Nobody up in the Phillies bullpen. Hamels' pitch count still pretty low. Had that game the other night where it was, what, 7-0, and went to the pen and
all of a sudden it was 7-5.
7-5. So maybe they're going to wait one more inning.
A tip, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Also, probably would like to save as many of those guys out there as possible. Then, you know, the doubleheader tomorrow, and then the day game on Thursday. Although Halliday's pitching Thursday, and he always goes deep into a game. I mean, lead pitches on Thursday, and he goes deep into games, and so does Halliday. I don't know. I think they just feel that Hamels is still just fine, and they're going to give him another inning.
Oh, it's been a very comfortable night for him. 3-2 the count to Helms. He still is under 100 pitches. It's been cool here at the ballpark. He's only been in, I guess you could say, 1 jam, because the second one in the 7th, he had a pretty comfortable lead.
Yeah, and the one in the 7th wasn't really his fault.
Outside, ball 4, and Helms is aboard with a leadoff walk. And that is the first walk of the night issued by Hamels. And here comes Ozzie Martinez, or Oscar Martinez.
See if they think about getting somebody up pretty soon too, because you know it's 9-1. The air can go out of the balloon a little bit right now. They just called Rich Doobie out to the mound.
Now it looks like they're calling somebody else out to the mound.
No. Yeah, train. Oh,
here comes Mark Anderson.
Goodness.
This is not good.
Oh, everything looks so fine. What's the matter?
I think he just said his back.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to take any chances. This is going to be it for Cole Hamels, and we'll see who gets as much time as he needs to loosen up. So that is going to be it. Hamels will exit 7 solid innings tonight. He allowed 3 hits and a run. The runner at first is his responsibility. Charlie Emanuel's coming out. He'll meet Cole and say something to him before he walks out toward the mound. Well, let's hope this is just a spasm of some sorts. As Cole goes down the stairs, the Phillies lead at 9-1.
It kind of came out of nowhere. It surprised everybody. You know, that all of a sudden Carlos Ruiz saw something out there and he went out to the mound, and then all of a sudden you saw him motion towards the dugout for somebody to come out. It was Rich Doobie, and then Mark Anderson, trainer, came out after that.
Well, David Herndon's going to come in, and he'll have as much time as he needs to loosen up here in the 8th. The Phillies up 9-1.
And everything was going along here so nice tonight. 5 home runs. Hamels is mowing everybody down, and then, you know, it is cool. It is windy. Had some long innings.
So an 8-run lead for the bullpen, and they need to get 6 outs. David Herndon is coming in. Phillies lead at 9-1. A runner at first here at the top of the 8th. We'll be back right after this. At Citizens Bank Park, where the top of the 8th is a runner at first for the Marlins. Cole Hamels just issued his first walk of the night to Wes Helms. And after the walk, Carlos Ruiz went out to the mound, and something was up with Cole Hamels. And Carlos seemed to know it almost immediately. Cole has his hand on his back, and Carlos Ruiz kind of put his hand just under the number 3 on Cole's back, and then he asked for somebody to come out of the dugout. Asked for Rich Doobie, then he signaled for one of the athletic trainers. Mark Anderson came out. And it was a pretty impressive night all around for Cole. Look, after he threw that pitch, he kind of looked over to the dugout. And it's funny, you know, catchers like Ruiz, I mean, they're so in tune with their starting pitchers that it seemed like he knew something was up as soon as he caught the ball.
He did, because it didn't take him long to go out there. And it did appear that, you know, Cole obviously says something to him there, and it did appear that he touched that the side there at his back.
So here's Martinez, and he takes a strike from Herndon. So David Herndon might even be in here to try to get the last 6 outs, although his spot is due to lead off the bottom of the 8th. We'll see. 1 ball and 1 strike to count.
Yeah, if he's effective, I think they will do that if he doesn't get into a really long pitch inning here or a lot of trouble, because then they can save the pen and only use one more guy.
Over toward first, a foul ball, and it's 1-2, and Martinez just cracked his bat.
Ron Kolpa just took that baseball and threw it to the ball girl, who then gave it to a fan after he got booed earlier today.
Yeah, it's up to you, Jess. It's your decision as to who you want to give it to, and she decided to give it to that youngster. Look at the smile on Kolpa's face.
So I'm not going to give that to one of the people who were booing me.
No.
Let Jess handle it.
Swing and a miss. He got it. He threw a sinker right out of his hands. What away here in the 8th. 7th strikeout for Phillies pitching.
Herndon had all those pitches in the extra inning game the other night, and you know, he's had time to rest from that.
That'll bring Hanley Ramirez to the plate. Ramirez 0 for 3. Fly to center in the first, struck out in the 3rd, grounded out to short in the 6th. And he takes a strike. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
Maybe a changeup. Pretty good one too. He had him way out in front of it. That pitch that Herndon's tried to add along with his sinkers is number 1 pitch, and a breaking ball, and then the straight change.
Try to get him to go after that changeup again. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Not a bad idea to throw it out of the strike zone like that.
Yeah, that's where you want to throw changeups for the most part. They're not strikes. Or if they are strikes, you know, they're in a spot where, you know, you get a guy way out in front, they roll him over.
And Ruiz hangs on. 2 outs, back-to-back strikeouts for Herndon.
Threw him a breaking ball that time. He's using all 3 of his pitches here tonight. Take a little slider right there. Yeah, had decent depth to it too. Was hanging for a while, it looked like, and then it went down.
2 outs now for Bonifacio. 1 for 3. On the outside corner, 0-1. Topped it off the plate, and it goes foul. So Herndon is ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Helms will go back to first. Phillies trying to take game 1 of an all-important series against the Marlins. The Braves have already lost tonight. The 0-2 pitch.
Ooh. Pitcher and catcher thought it was a strike, and I think Jimmy Rollins did too.
I think you could add Jimmy Rollins to that list. Wilson Valdez.
There's a lot of movement going on there
was.
towards the first base dugout.
Line drive toward left center field. Ibanez will try to cut it off, and he does. The throw goes to second. And there are runners on first and third with 2 outs here in the 8th. Morrison is 1 for 3. Singled in the first. Popped out to second. And reached on an error by Ryan Howard.
Yeah, not much offensively by the Florida Marlins tonight because of the outstanding 7+ innings by Cole Hamels, who left in this top of this inning.
Off the end of the bat, fly ball to left center field. Victorino angles back on it, makes the catch. The side is retired. Nice job by Herndon. He finished up the 8th for Cole Hamels. No runs, one hit, 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the 8th with the Phillies up 9-1. Hey, stay tuned for John Clark and Mike Missinelli as they break down tonight's game, plus all the highlights along with Charlie's reactions on the Phillies postgame show. Coming up next, live from Sugar House Casinos. Last of the 8th, Phillies up 9-1. David Herndon will get a chance to bat, and he'll do so with a new shortstop. Martinez stays in the game in place of Hanley Ramirez, and a new pitcher, Steve Cishek, is the new pitcher for the Marlins. Just his 8th ball game. He has a save. He has allowed 7 hits in 10 1/3.
A nice job. Left-handed hitters hitting 200 off him. Right-handed hitters 174. Haven't been a sinker at 91-94 along with slider changeup. As Tom said, he's really done a good job. And especially you look at those numbers, they're very happy with him.
6'6", 218 pounds. His major league debut was a year ago when he pitched in 3 games for the Marlins. He allowed just a hit in 4 1/3.
Clay Hensley now on the DL, who's been a very, very important pitcher in their bullpen, and they hope to get him back soon. So, you know, this guy helping to fill in the void a little bit.
So here's Herndon. Last time we saw David Herndon up at bat was in the Thursday game against the Cubs. Didn't go well.
No.
A couple guys in the stands were imitating his swing, which was, you know, kind of awkward.
And he admitted it. He said the guy's throwing me breaking balls and I couldn't hit them.
Yep. There's a fastball up high and it's 2-0.
So he had a fairly easy inning there. So as we thought, he's just going to stay in and pitch the 9th inning, and hopefully they only have to use one guy behind Cole tonight.
Strike of the knees, 2-1.
He's getting some fastballs to hit tonight. They're encouraging him out there. The boys in the pen, his buddies. Look at Mick laughing about this at bat.
Down on strikes. He got all fastballs.
Yeah. The guy's Laredoing him a little bit too. A little bit 3/4. That's hard to stay in there.
Oh, what a way, and back to the top of the order.
There, see Mick imitating that, dropping down on him a little bit. You know, it's hard to keep that body in there when guys do that, especially if you're a pitcher hitting.
Rollins is 2 for 4 tonight. Hit a 2-run home run his last time up. He takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes. He throws a changeup. Now the hope is for this Phillies offense that they can carry it over on a consistent basis. You know, this has been some consistent. They've had some consistent swings over the last few days. They won 3 straight to finish up the Cubs series. Be nice to get game 1 here.
Well, one of the things that is happening right now that is so encouraging is guys like Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, the big boys are swinging the bats. And when they do that, you know, this team can score. And Jimmy Rollins is a table setter along with Shane at the top of the order. And, you know, they get on base and the other guys come up and swing the bats and make some things happen. All of a sudden there are runs on the board. And with their pitching, you know, you can win a lot of games.
Well, 1 and 2 tonight have scored 4 runs. And they've been on base 5 times. Grounder left side. Martinez backhand's going to be a tough play, and he threw out Rollins. And Rollins is a little gimpy as he goes up the first base line. So he hit that bag. He's definitely limping.
Just slaps that ball to short. Hits the bag and wince a little bit. I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's okay. 2 outs now for Victorino.
Guys don't smile when they're hurt.
I was thinking the same thing. In fact, when you saw the smile, probably could breathe a little sigh of relief.
Hope so. Yeah, that's good.
Well, everything is coming from the third base side, and the last 2 swings have been toward the third base side.
This guy's throwing a lot of sinkers down the way to these left-handed hitters. And it's heavy. I mean, it looks like it.
0-2 the count to Victorino. Jay McLaughlin, who handles the in-house PA here in the press box, just informed everybody here that Cole Hamels left the game with tightness in his middle back.
Cold, windy night. Cool, windy night right now. And hopefully that contributed to it. And, you know, Scott Sheridan and Mark Anderson do such a great job in there, and they'll get him going soon.
Up high, it's 2-2 now to Victorino. Fly ball straight away center. Bonifacio is there, and the side is retired. So the Phillies go down in order here in their half of the 8th. We go to the 9th. The Phillies enjoying an 8-run lead, trying to close this baby out. Rocco leads the way at third, but some other Phils need some help. Go to Phillies.com and click on the All-Star ballot. Gabby Sanchez leads off the ninth. David Herndon trying to close the door on this one for Cole Hamels, who went 7+ tonight. Left with some stiffness in his back. He allowed just one run. Herndon pitched a scoreless eighth in relief of Cole. And now he's trying to pitch the ninth. Fans heading out.
Yeah, this
getting
one,
an early start on tomorrow's day-night doubleheader.
Yeah, this one feels under control. I certainly hope so, with an 8-run lead in the ninth.
Well, Wheels, if Herndon can get the last 3 outs, it'll be the first time this year that the Big Four have received a win in the decision, for a decision in a row.
Interesting.
Now, the Phillies have won 4 in a row.
Right.
When the Big Four have started. But only 2, Hamels and Lee, have gotten a decision during that stretch.
And all 4 now.
Now all 4 if they can close this one out. Lee was part of game 2 of that run. Holiday game 1.
He'll be pitching Thursday.
Line drive smoked into the seats, and hopefully everybody's okay. Holiday will start tomorrow night's second game of the day-night doubleheader.
Maybe Sanchez a little late on that one.
He may have broken his bat on that foul ball. That's interesting, though, because everybody talked about how important it was to have all 5 of the starters when the season began, but it's taken until now for 4 of the 5 to get victories.
A win, yeah.
Yeah.
There's Joe Blanton, the 5th starters on the DL.
He threw today, which was good news. 1-2 pitch. In the air to left center field. Victorino on the run, should get there, and he does. 1 away.
And the wind is just knocking everything down to left center. It started blowing in hard about 3rd, 4th inning tonight, and man, is it knocking it down and helping the ball to right center. See those flags out of the northwest, it looks like, or northeast. Strong wind.
2 outs to get for the Phils to take game 1 of this series and increase their lead in the division to 3.5 over the Braves. Marlins wind up losing this. They'll be behind the Mets in the East.
It's amazing the free fall they're in right now. And the Phillies want to keep them in it because they'll get straightened out and be a good team. But their pitching is really a problem, and they're just not scoring runs even though they're getting men on base.
Swing and a miss and a changeup, and it's 1-2.
They have a lot of young players, and sometimes you have this many young players and you get in the old mix-up. They try to do too much.
Edwin Rodriguez. Back toward the middle, and Rollins will let that one go through. And Stanton's aboard with a 1-out single. Again, just to reiterate, tomorrow 1:05 is the first game of the day-night doubleheader. Kyle Kendrick is scheduled to pitch for the Phillies. There are seats still available by going to Phillies.com. Game 2, and it's a separate ticket, is at 7:05. Roy Halladay against Anibal Sanchez. As Buck's aboard, back-to-back hits for the Marlins with 1 away. Slider for strike 1, Omar Infante. Infante's 0 for 3. Think about what Hamels did tonight. 17 consecutive outs recorded by Cole. And that was after 2 batters got aboard in the first. The first of those 17 produced the only run for Florida. It was a ground out.
And it was what it'll go about 40 feet?
Yeah, it was a little number up the first base line. Cole left after starting the 8th. He walked Wes Helms, and Carlos Ruiz went out to the mound. Cole said something about his back, and as we came to find out, he had some stiffness in the middle of his back. Grounder softly hit to shortstop. Rollins will get 1 at second, and that's it. And they're 2 away. One out to get here in the ninth. Phillies are 5-2 so far in this homestand. Trying to make it 6-2, but more importantly, trying to increase their lead in the division.
Haven't had many games like this year. We have a big lead like this at the end.
They haven't had any games like this where they've hit 5 home runs.
Haven't hit 4.
Well, it may not be in the mid-90s, and Charlie thinks mid-90s is hitting weather, but he'll take it.
It was flying out of here tonight, the right and right center.
Grounder to left side. Polanco cuts it off, goes the short way to second, and the ball game is over. The Phillies, for the first time since last year, have a 5-home run night. And they beat up on the Marlins and take game 1 of this 4-game series. Top of the order had a big night. In fact, the first 4 had a huge night for the Phillies. Dominic Brown, 2 homers in tonight's ball game. One was longer than the other, and he is our Chevrolet player of the game. A pretty impressive swing, both swings by Dominic Brown, but that's only part of the story. Chase Utley, boy, he looks good. Ryan Howard has looked better, and more importantly, the Phillies have earned the win and have knocked the Marlins into 4th place in the National League East.
And our WB Mason deliveries of the game. We just talked about Dominic Brown. We'll take a look. He hits this thing way out of the ballpark. Looked like a breaking ball of some kind. That was the first one. That went pretty far, right? Where do you see this one? Next one coming up off Edward Mojica. Looked like a split. Just kind of spun up there a little bit. It was down, and that baby's in the second now. That one was even longer. Dominic Brown, a big night. He also had a line drive out to left center field. Hit the ball well tonight. Those are our WB Mason deliveries of the game.
Well, Dominic Brown is the man of the hour, and he's down to the field to talk with Sarge. Sarge, take it away.
Hey, guys, thanks a lot. Wow. 2 home runs, one further than the other. When's the last time you hit 2 home runs in a game?
I think it was right before I left Clearwater. I think I hit 2 home runs, but felt great, man. It felt real great, Sarge, to get 2 home runs and just to get back swinging again.
Knowing that you're going to be in the lineup daily, whether or not it's 0 for 4, 4 for 4, that has to do something with your psyche.
Oh yeah, Charlie getting me in there almost every day now. It feels great. They're giving me a lot of confidence. And like you said, as long as I'm 0 for 4 or 4 for 4, it really don't matter as long as I'm in the lineup contributing.
Pitches that you hit, what kind of pitches were they?
I hit a split in that last time. Left it up a little bit, got a good pitch to hit, and the other one was a changeup. So, I'm staying on the ball. I'm just trying to continue to keep working.
Continued success. Thanks for coming on, and nice 2 home runs. First time in the major league. Got to make you feel good.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me, Sarge.
All right, Tom Wills.
All right, Sarge, thank you very much. Cole Hamels joins Roy Halladay as the only 9-game winners of the National League as the Phillies win it 9-1 over the Marlins. We'll be back after this.